Good morning, Council, and Ms. Jorgensen, and also Judge Green. I believe we're ready to start. I'm going to ask Council to start by placing your names on the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Weingarten on behalf of I'm one of two disciplinary co-counsels.
Thank you.
And good morning, Judge Widgeon. I am disciplinary counsel Lynn Helen.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Ashcraft on behalf of respondent, Judge Tracy Green.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge Green.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Green.
Thank you. And at this time, I think we are ready to go back to the cross-examination of Max. Mr. Ashcraft, will you be ready to begin that as soon as we bring him in from the waiting room?
I will be, Judge.
All right, thank you. I'll swear him in again. I'll go over with him the information on the sequestration order and the protocol for witnesses order, and then have you begin, Mr. Ashcraft. Going to let him in at this time.
Hey.
Good morning, Max.
Good morning.
You're able to hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. As you know, my name is Judge Betty Widgeon, and I'm going to start this morning by swearing you in again. You've heard this oath before. I'm going to give you the regular oath, and then I'm going to ask you about the sequestration and also the witness protocol. Raise your right hand, please.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. What is your name?
Max. Well, Gary.
All right, your full name, please.
Gary Davis Head Jr.
Thank you. And we will be calling you Max during this hearing. Is that correct?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Max, let me start by reminding you about the sequestration order. This order basically is saying that it will remain in effect until the witnesses are released by it or until the hearing is over. So once the hearing is over, you are released from this, or if for some reason I were to tell you before then that you are released, then you would be. But this means that it remains in effect even after you testify, unless you are released by me. Sequestration includes prohibiting any witness except while testifying by Zoom during the proceedings from doing any of the following: discussing your testimony in any format or by any means with another witness, viewing the proceedings on any device, listening to the proceedings on any device, accessing or viewing any information about the proceedings via any social media or news outlets. You may discuss the pending formal complaint with counsel or the parties, and you may be shown exhibits by counsel before your testimony. This order also says that if there is a failure to serve this order on any party, or if there is a violation of the order by a witness, could be grounds to exclude a witness or to exclude a witness's testimony prior to the discovery of that violation. The second order then has to do with the witness protocol. And witnesses shall certify that they are alone in the room where they testify or identify all individuals present during the examination. Are you alone in the room where you're testifying?
Yes.
Thank you. No witness shall have access or review any document or other material beyond the relevant trial exhibits, pleadings, or transcripts or police reports during your testimony until the trial is over. No witness shall have a document within your reach or sight, and if a witness needs to refer to a document, you may do so only if invited by counsel or approved by the master. You shall certify under oath that no one has given you information by any means to assist you in testifying, that is, any information that counsel and the master cannot observe. Do you certify that, Max?
Yes.
All right, and you shall not have access to cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, or similar devices in the room during your examination other than the device you will be using for your virtual testimony. Do you understand that?
My phone is it's like, there's like a little, like, it's in the window. I don't have it on me. Is that good?
That is fine. Is your phone turned on or off?
It's, it's like, it's not technically powered off. It's like on sleep, you know?
Okay, so like on vibrate?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that you're using your own laptop to testify from this morning. Is that correct?
No, this is, somebody at the office's laptop.
Oh, okay. All right. I saw the name and I was thinking the name Tim Puza was the name for your laptop.
Oh, no.
Because it stands for temporary user.
I see. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. So, Max, do you have any questions about either the witness protocol that I've reread to you or the sequestration order?
No.
All right. Thank you. Council, I think we're ready to begin then. Mr. Ashcraft, we'll start with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Max.
Good morning.
Where are you located today?
The office, I don't really know the exact name of it, but somebody's office.
This is your third time testifying in this matter, is that right?
I think so.
And each time you have been at the office of the disciplinary council, is that right?
Yes.
And how did you get there today?
Miss Gordon picked me up. She works here. She came and got me and came here, and yeah.
Thank you. And we were last together, I believe, July 21st. Do you recall that?
I don't know the date, but if that's what it says, then yeah.
And when we were together on July 21st, you indicated that you had had occasion to speak with Ms. Weingarten a number of times, right?
Yes.
Since the last time we were together, have you had occasion to speak with her again?
No, not other than that day.
Just that day?
Yeah.
And then again today?
Yes.
Did you speak with her today?
That's like a morning. That was it. And that was on the Zoom. I haven't seen her in person.
Thank you. I'd like to go back where we left off last time we were together and ask you about some of the things that you testified to in the past. Do you recall testifying at the criminal court trial in August of 2019?
I don't remember. I remember the day, but I do not remember anything about it.
And I'm sorry, hold on for 1 second. And during the criminal court trial, you testified that you had never told anybody about any abuse by your father or your stepmother before being removed from the home, right?
I don't know. I don't even know what, like, you're saying that I didn't tell anybody about the stuff that was going on. If I said that, I was referring to like teachers and stuff like that.
So you told people, but you didn't tell teachers?
Well, the reason I said that, my mom, she would ask me why I wasn't telling anybody and stuff like that. And I was scared I was going to get in trouble. So like family and stuff, that's family. But if it's confusing. I guess, yes, I did say that.
Okay. And so that wasn't the truth when you said that?
No, it wasn't the truth.
Okay. And then you also testified that you only told your mother 2 days before you were removed from your father's home on June 24th, right?
I don't remember.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to share a screen if I may.
You may.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to show you your testimony from August 30, 2019, okay?
Sure.
And can you see that?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to read the questions and answers, and you just follow along with me to make sure I read it correctly, okay?
Okay.
Question, okay, you didn't tell your mom? Answer, oh, I did tell my mom, but I thought you meant like during the 3 years. At the end, yeah, did tell my mom. Question, before, right? Answer, before that? Question, yeah. Answer, no, like the last 2 days is when I first started talking to my mom. Question, the last 2 days? Answer, that we were there. Question, that you were there. That's what I mean. The first time you started talking to your mom about it. Answer, yeah. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That wasn't true, Max, because as Russell had indicated, you had been in contact with your mom since Christmas of 2017, if not before, right?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Max wasn't present when Russell testified, and it's not fair for counsel to tell him what Russell said.
Mr. Ashcraft, response?
Judge, you can redirect if there's a question with regard to the accuracy of how I'm recounting testimony. But at this particular point, there's nothing wrong with me asking if he gave his answer and it was inconsistent with something that his brother testified to.
Russell was half right.
Just a moment, Max, let me finish resolving this this objection. Go ahead, Ms. Weingarten.
That's sort of a multiple question. First, he should be asked if he knows what Russell said, and hopefully the answer will be no because he wasn't present at the time. But again, he shouldn't have to comment on what someone else testified to and whether it was truthful or not.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, I'm going to overrule the objection. You may ask the question, and Ms. Weingarten will have an opportunity on redirect if there is something that needs to be clarified. Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Max, that wasn't true, right? Because like Russell had said, you had been in contact with your mom from Christmas of 2017 through June 24 of 2018, right?
No, I saw her on Christmas and then she gave me her number, but I didn't have a phone. It's like if I got access to a phone, I could call her, and I didn't get access to a phone till like June. It was the house phone downstairs. So I had her contact information, but I wasn't contacting her from like Christmas. I think she told me happy birthday or something like that in December, but from like January all the way to June, I didn't talk to her at all. But I did have her information, but it wasn't like I just had a phone in my pocket.
And you said at your June 28, 2018 Kids Talk interview that every time you emailed your mom, you would tell her about being abused, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't really emailing her till June.
Well, is that true or is that not true?
Well, I did and I told you in December she told me happy birthday, but I wasn't having conversations with her. I didn't really have conversations with her till June.
Okay, thank you. Judge, may I share the screen again, please?
Yes, you may.
Max, I'm going to show you a transcript from your Kids Talk interview. I'll read the questions and answers, and if you would please follow along with me and make sure I read it correctly.
Could I ask?
Interviewer.
Wait, could I ask which Kids Talk interview this is?
Yes, June 28, 2018.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Interviewer. So on Friday, you got beaten up, but on Sunday is when the rest happened. And what about Caitlin? Did anyone beside you, Russell and Daisy, got in trouble? You. No. Interviewer. Neither one? You told me that you had emailed your mom. Was that the first time you told mom? You. I told her every time. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. Before CPS placed you and Russell with your mother, she told you that if you were taken from your dad, you might not be coming to live with her, right?
Yes.
She said she wanted you to go live with her mother-in-law, not with her, right?
No. She said go over her house, but she didn't say live with her.
And she told you and Russell that if you went to live with anyone on your dad's side of the family, your dad would be able to get to you, correct?
Yes.
And during your communications with your mother over those 6 months from December of 2017 through June 24 of 2018, your mother also told you that your Grammy, Judge Green, took you from her, didn't she?
Objection, hearsay.
Any response, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter being asserted, as simply as to whether or not that is the origin of the information.
Any further objection, Ms. Weingarten?
It's still hearsay.
Mr. Ashcraft, if you don't have any other response, I'll go ahead and rule.
Yes, I have nothing further to add, Judge.
Thank you. The objection is sustained.
Thank you. You did not want to go to live with your grandma, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you did not want to go live with your grandma is that you wanted to go to live with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And you were concerned that if you went to live with your grandma, even in an interim period of time, or between the time that you were removed from your dad's house and the time that you got back to your mom, that you may never go back to your mom. Isn't that right?
No.
Where you wanted to go was with your mother, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the makeup situation that you testified to before, Max. During your March 12, 2019 testimony at the juvenile court hearing, you testified that your Grammy would put makeup on you to conceal abuse at school. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also made that claim in several interviews after March 12 of 2019, right?
Yes.
But it wasn't until your September 9, 2019 interview with Ms. Weingarten that you actually described the makeup that was used, right?
Yes.
Can you see this?
Yeah.
You see it's a liquid inside of a little glass jar.
Yeah.
And if you take it off, you see there's a little pump on it.
Yes.
Does this look familiar to you, Max?
I mean, it's makeup. It looks like makeup.
Does it refresh your recollection as to what your Grammy put on the handprint on your cheek that one time?
No. It's just makeup.
You said the makeup was in some sort of palette, right?
Mr. Ashcraft, will you re-ask that? I just couldn't hear the last word you said.
Yes, Judge. Max, you said that that makeup was in some sort of a palette, right?
I think so, because, yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna have to ask you to say that again. Is it palette? Is that the word you're using?
Palette, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Is that what you said, Max?
Yes.
What's a palette?
It's like a black little case. Like, it's flat, square, and it's got stuff in it.
Well, that's what a palette is?
I think so.
Well, what stuff does the palette have in it?
I don't know. I'm not a makeup artist.
Where did you come up with the word palette?
I don't know.
Somebody told you that word, didn't they?
Somebody's told me every word I know, so yeah.
Okay. But then you said you only saw a brush, right?
I don't remember, but I already know you're about to pull up where I did say it, so I guess I did say it.
Becky, if you could please bring up source E, number 2.
What color it was? I didn't really see her get the makeup out. I just saw her with the brush. Okay.
Did you hear that, Max?
Yes.
And again, during your May 12, 2021 interview with Kids Talk, you described the makeup as being some sort of makeup powder thing, right?
I don't remember anything about this. I'm just remembering what I said, but I don't remember the actual situation.
Okay. Becky, if you could please bring up source F, as in Frank, number 1.
Story. I went up to her bathroom. It's like a pink bathroom upstairs. She had some makeup.
And this palette was some sort of a black container. Is that right, Max?
Yes.
And after Grammy saw the handprint on your face, she called your dad, didn't she?
I don't know. I don't remember none of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I do not remember anything.
And they had words about him slapping you in the face, didn't they?
I don't know.
You just don't remember?
This was years ago. I was little. I just remember what I remember, if that makes sense. I remember I remember my thoughts, but I do not really remember the situation that much at all.
And she told him that there was no excuse for that, didn't she?
Objection,
I don't
hearsay.
know.
Response, Mr. Ashcraft.
Judge, it's a statement by the respondent.
It's not offered by a party opponent. It's offered by the respondent. It's hearsay.
Further response, if any, Mr. Ashcraft.
No further response, Judge.
Objection is sustained.
Thank you. Now, you said your Grammy would put the makeup on at night to prepare you for school the next day, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
And in the juvenile court on March 12 of 2019, you testified that your Grammy would put the makeup on at night before sending you home. Is that right?
I don't know. I said, I don't know.
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you. I'm looking for something. Judge, may I share the screen, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. Max, I'm showing you transcript from the March 12, 2019 testimony. I'll read it. If you would please follow along with me, make sure I read it correctly. You see it?
Yeah.
Question, was the makeup put on your bruises? Answer, yeah, but she wouldn't do it before school. She would do it the night before school. Like if it was Sunday and we had school on Monday, she would do it. Like we were at her house on Sunday, she would do it before we left to go back home. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
But when your dad's lawyer asked you about your Grammy applying makeup, you could only recall one particular time, not more than one, correct?
I don't know.
And that one particular time was at night, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, you also testified that Russell never had makeup applied to his face because no one ever hit him in the face, right?
Yes.
In fact, no one ever put makeup on Russell at all. Isn't that true?
Not that I know of.
You're not aware of anyone ever putting makeup on Russell, correct?
Yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. On September 9, 2019, you told Ms. Weingarten, that your Grammy put makeup on you after choir practice, correct?
I don't know.
Becky, if you would please, source E as in Edward, 3.
Okay, so you were at her house after choir practice? Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that, Max?
Yes.
Choir practice would have been on a Monday night, correct?
Yes.
And you stated that no one at choir practice said anything, right?
Yes.
Nothing about the marks, right?
Yes.
And you don't know whether anyone saw an uncovered mark, do you?
At school, but not at choir practice.
So people saw marks at school?
Yeah, just kids, not any adults.
It wasn't until your March 12, 2019 testimony in juvenile court that you mentioned anything about your Grammy giving Katie any makeup, right?
I don't know.
Your grandma never gave any makeup to Katie, did she?
She did.
And you remember that happening?
Yeah, it's a faint memory, but yes, I do.
But you never mentioned that until March of 2019, right?
I don't know.
You don't recall?
I don't got photographic memory. You got it written down.
Okay. In fact, Max, you never mentioned anything about makeup with Katie until after that trial, right?
I don't know.
Your Honor, may I share the screen, please?
Yes, and the screen share is available for either side at any time, so it's still there.
Thank you. Max, I'm showing you part of the transcript from your testimony. You see that?
Yes.
I'm going to read the questions and answers and you follow along with me, okay?
Okay.
Question, let me ask you, when these things were happening to you and you had these bruises back when you were in public school, would you go to school if you had bruises on your body? Answer, yes. I remember this one time we were getting ready for school and he was really, really, really mad at me. He was slapping me and stuff and all sorts of stuff, but the bruises didn't really come on my face until I got to school. So a lot of people saw the bruises all over my face. He was slapping me and punching me and he beat me and stuff. I don't know why he was so mad that day, but I remember he was really mad. Question, do you remember how old you were? Answer, I was about to be 10 or already 10. Question, did anybody say anything to you at school that you had all these bruises? Answer, my teachers didn't say anything. The kids asked what happened, but they already knew. They said, you probably got punched, didn't you? And I said, yeah, I did. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
But you also said in your Kids Talk interview on June 28th of 2018 that no one ever saw any marks or bruises on you, right?
I was probably talking about adults, because I do remember that.
Your Honor, if I may just have a moment.
Certainly.
Next, I'm showing you a portion of your transcript from the trial. You see that?
Yes.
The interviewer was asking you about your Nana. Did anyone else hear you or Russell getting beat up? And you said, no, no one else. And the interviewer asked, did anyone else saw your marks or your bruises? And you said, no. Did I read that right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about a specific situation.
I'm sorry?
By looking at the other things, I'm talking about a specific situation, not as a whole.
Not as a whole?
Like not in general over everything. I'm looking at the other stuff that's not highlighted, and it looks like I was telling whoever about a specific situation.
Okay. But you testified then that you wanted people to see the handprint, so you rubbed the makeup off, right?
Yeah.
But on March 12 of 2019, in the juvenile court, under cross-examination by your dad's lawyer, you also testified that the makeup your Grammy would put on you would rub off on your pillow when you slept, right?
Yeah. But there's a missing part. There's a missing part. In the morning, Katie put makeup on my face too.
So did you rub it off on your pillow, or did it wipe off?
There's two different situations. Nighttime was Grammy. It really wasn't on my face in the morning. The makeup she gave Katie put a little bit on my face in the morning. And I was actually a little bit too scared to rub it off because I thought I was going to get in trouble. So, but yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Either way, whether the makeup rubbed off on your pillow or you wiped it off, your teachers would always see any marks on your face from being beaten, wouldn't they?
I don't remember any teachers saying anything, but I remember my friends saying something. They didn't say anything. They just were talking to me about it, not any adults.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Like, I remember my friends would ask me about it, but I don't remember any teachers or anything talking to me about it.
Next, I'm showing you part of the transcript from your interview.
Which interview is this?
This is actually the juvenile court testimony, March 12 of 2019.
Thank you.
I'm going to read the questions and answers like before, and you just follow along with me, okay?
Okay.
Question: when this was going on from 2006 to, when you were removed, did you tell anybody what was going on? Answer: sometimes I told, like my grandmother, she knew. His mom knew. She was there sometimes right before it happened. I remember I one time told this one teacher, but they didn't do anything. I was mostly scared to tell teachers because I didn't want them to come and me not say anything, and then mention that I told them, and then leave, and then I'd get in more trouble, so I tried to keep my mouth shut. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Ashcraft, I'm sorry, Mr. Ashcraft, I think when you first started reading that, I heard 2006. I know I saw 2016, but you may have misread that.
I apologize, Judge, if I did. Yes, line number 22 of the transcript is 2016.
Yes.
Would you like me to reread that, Max?
No.
Thank you. Max, are you saying today that you showed teachers marks like this and the teachers never did anything about it?
I said a teacher. I don't remember. It could have happened, but I really don't remember. Because I remember in general, I was scared to say anything. If I did, like one time, say something, I don't remember it. I'm not saying I was lying because I don't remember.
So when you would come home from school, your dad and Katie would see that the makeup didn't last, right?
My dad was never home, so Katie, but I don't remember her saying nothing.
even though at least Katie knew that the makeup was not working, she would still bring you, or your dad would still bring you over at night to your Grammy, Tracy Green's, so she could put makeup on it for school, right?
I don't know.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
CPS never came and investigated a handprint on your face from being slapped, did they?
I don't know. I don't.
You have no recollection of ever happening, right?
I don't remember anything.
You have no recollection of the police ever coming to investigate a slap on a handprint, right?
I don't remember anything at all, barely. I just remember little things.
You told Ms. Weingarten that your Grammy put makeup on your face at least 4 times to conceal abuse, right?
I don't know.
Do you remember how many times you claimed that your Grammy put makeup on your face?
I have no clue.
You do have a recollection of 1 time, don't you?
I told you I don't remember this. I remember that. I remember my thoughts, but I don't really remember the situation so much.
Max, do you have a recollection of your Grammy ever putting makeup on your face to cover a handprint?
Yes, but I don't remember details like you keep asking me.
Do you remember 1 time that happening?
I don't know, man. My head hurts. You're confusing me.
Well, I'm not trying to confuse you, Max. I want to understand what you're saying here.
I
Do you
don't
have
care
a
if you believe me or not. I really don't care.
Well, it's not a question.
I just want to go home.
I understand, but I have to ask questions. Do you have a recollection of your Grammy putting makeup on your cheek to cover a handprint 1 time?
I remember doing it before.
Do you recall more than 1 time?
Yeah, it wasn't one. I don't know. It wasn't once. It wasn't just one time. But I have no. It was like it wasn't a lot of times. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, I'd like you to tell us, if you would, the specifics of each time. Because you understand that your Grammy is not denying that she put makeup on your cheek to cover a handprint 1 time. Do you know that?
I don't know.
Well, I'm telling you, Max, that your Grammy is not denying putting makeup on your cheek to cover a handprint 1 time. She is denying that she ever did it more than that 1 time. And that's why these questions are really important. You have no recollection of your Grammy ever putting makeup on your cheek or your face to cover a handprint left from a slap, except 1 time, right?
Yes, I don't care. I'm about to start saying yes to every single one of your questions so I can get this over with. Yes.
Judge, could we take a break and have Max in the breakout room so I can talk with him?
I think that it is appropriate to take a break at this point. Mr. Ashcraft, any comments?
Judge, I'm confused by what Ms. Weingarten is asking. She's asking for an opportunity to interrupt the cross-examination in this critical line of questioning so she can talk to the witness?
Judge, after his last answer that he's going to answer yes to every question, clearly that's not going to be the truthful answers. He's just trying to get out of here, which is understandable given the position he's in. But we need to talk to him about how important it is that he really assess the question and give the correct answer.
All right,
Your Honor,
so two responses. One is that, yes, we do need to take a break at this time. So we're going to do that about 7 minutes, something like that. The second one is Max, and this is directly to you. I did hear you say that I'm about to start answering yes to everything just so I can get this done. You swore that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
If I tell the truth, I'm just going to be called a liar. And if I lie, then I really will be a liar. I don't have a choice because nothing I could possibly say.
Max, I am the person who's listening to the testimony. All right. And so that is not for you to be concerned with at this time, how you might come across. I'm going to listen to everything that has been testified by every witness in this particular case. We're going to take a break now. When we come back, I am going to ask you if you're ready to continue to tell the truth as you remember it, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help you. And that's the standard that I am expecting to hold you to. Do you understand what I'm saying when I said I will be listening to all of the testimony of all of the witnesses? Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And I do have all of the testimony of all of the witnesses thus far, got it recorded. I'll have a transcript so I can read it. I'll have other information that I can read. So that is up to me to decide. All right.
All right.
All right. Let's take our 7-minute break at this time. And then,
Are you going to put me in a room with Max?
no. All right. I'm not going to do that because he's in the middle of his cross-examination. So I think it's appropriate for us to take a break. And that's why I said what I did to you, Max, with respect to that. Do you have any questions about what I said, Max?
No.
Okay. I understand you've been on the witness stand a long time, but this is the procedure that we are following. Let's take our 7 to 10-minute break right now. You may turn your videos off and your sound off, but we'll be back and continue with this.
Thank you, Judge.
As soon as I see everybody's video on, we will continue. And all right, I was just waiting on Ms. Weingart. Max, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. So we are ready to continue with the cross-examination. And as I said before, I'm expecting you to hold your promise to me that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you. If there's something that you can't remember, you can say so. But Mr. Ashcraft has the responsibility of asking you questions now on cross-examination. Mr. Ashcraft, please continue.
Thank you, Judge. Max, I want to make sure that we covered the specific question that I asked with regard to this situation of your Grammy putting makeup on your cheek one time. Do you have a specific recollection of her doing that one time?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by that? Like a specific?
Do you have a specific recollection of your Grammy putting makeup on your cheek to cover a handprint that was left by a slap one time?
You're being too specific. Some of those things, but not the whole sentence.
Could you break your sentence down a little bit, Mr. Ashcraft?
Do you have a recollection, Max, of your Grammy ever putting makeup on a handprint left on your cheek from a slap?
Yeah.
You have a single recollection of that occurring one time, correct?
It's happened, if that's what you're trying to ask me.
You remember this happening one time, correct?
You're trying to get me to say something that I'm not going to say.
Let me just, let me understand the question. Mr. Ashcraft, are you asking whether he remembers just one time, or are you asking if he remembers at least one time? So it's not really clear to me what the question is right now.
Judge, I'm asking him to confirm whether he has a specific recollection of Judge Green putting makeup on his cheek one time.
I remember her doing it before. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Do you have a specific recollection, Max, of her doing that more than one time?
Yes.
How many times?
I'm not sure. I can tell you it wasn't a lot.
But you do have a recollection of her doing it one time, but you can't tell me the details of the other times?
I could tell you details of other times.
Tell me the details of each time that your Grammy put makeup on your face to cover a handprint left by a slap.
Well, let me explain it. Okay, so you want details of every time. Well, I can't, if you couldn't tell the whole testimony, I can't remember details of nothing because it was years ago. And it wasn't even like I was like my age where my memory will be as good as it is now. But I remember different times, there wasn't no details. It's just, it wasn't even that big of a deal to me. This does not matter to me. I'm here because I have to. And, yeah, I don't know what you want me to say. It's happened a couple of times. It wasn't a lot. And yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. I have no intentional line, but I'm trying not to mess up or guess.
Max, I'm trying to understand what your testimony is. Your Grammy does not dispute that she put this sort of makeup on your cheek one time to cover a handprint. She's admitting that she did that. You're saying that you remember an occasion when she did that. And now you're saying you remember more than one occasion. I want to know the details of each of those occasions where you say that your Grammy put makeup like this on your cheek to cover a handprint left by a slap?
I'm confused. What's the wrong answer? I don't know. Uh, what do you, I don't understand your question at all, and I know you do that on purpose. What, I don't know. What you want me to say? I, I don't know.
Well, can you tell me when the other occasions happened?
I don't know dates, man. I was 10. I wasn't even 10 yet.
Do you remember who was there?
I don't. It's a faint memory.
Do you remember what day of the week it was?
No.
Do you remember if school was in session?
Yeah, I remember I was in school.
Now, do you remember this occurred during school more than once?
Yeah.
And tell me exactly what led or what was the reason that you got slapped each time.
It's like a dream, man. You know, when you sleep, you only remember it when you first wake up, and then after you don't remember pretty much anything. That's what this is. I really don't remember nothing. I just remember the moral of the story. And I really don't care if nobody believes me. I really don't. So I have no intention of lying. What do I get out of that? I really don't care if anybody believes me. But I don't really remember. I don't really remember. I don't care if you believe me. I don't care if you don't. I do not care. But I don't really remember.
So
Right,
if I asked you,
counsel, excuse me, counsel, I need a sidebar with you at this time, please.
understood.
We are going to go out of this room and go into another room for me to discuss some things with counsel and Ms. Jorgensen. One moment.
got some pretty thick eyebrows. That's cool. It's a mask. In case you guys are asking what I'm messing with, it's a mask. Nothing else. Now I'm looking at the design on my shirt, not a phone. And in here is just my mask, nothing else. I don't want to have to testify about what I was messing with.
Oh. Unmute myself and then forget to turn the video on. Sorry about that.
All right, I think we are all back and ready to continue. Mr. Ashcraft, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Max, I'd like to just clarify one thing, and then I'm going to move on to something else. But you did not tell Kids Talk that Katie was involved in applying makeup to your face, correct?
I don't remember. I guess I didn't.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I guess so.
It wasn't until you had a conversation with Ms. Weingarten that the subject of Katie applying makeup was raised, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. You testified on August 30th, 2019, which was the criminal trial, that you blamed your Grammy and your dad for taking you and Russell from your mom, right?
I guess so.
And at your August 15, 2018 Kids Talk interview, you said you did not like your grandma because she's the one who took you away from your mom because she's a lawyer, right?
I guess so.
And you told Ms. Weingarten on September 9 of 2019 that you didn't like your Grammy because every time you saw her, you knew that she had something to do with you not being with your mom.
But
Right.
that's not true. If I said that, I guess so. Well, I'm not saying I'd say that, but that's not what I was thinking.
Okay. Becky, if you would please source E15.
Putting makeup on you. Did she do anything else to you or say anything to you that you didn't like or didn't think was nice? Yeah. Well, not necessarily. Well, tell me what you were thinking about saying. So, like, every time I saw her, I knew that she had something to do with me even being with my dad in the first place, and I wasn't allowed to see my mom.
Did you hear that, Max?
Yeah.
That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
And your mom said it was because she was a lawyer, right?
That's in hearsay.
Is there any response before I roll, Mr. Ashcraft?
Judge, I'll rephrase it.
Go ahead.
And it was your understanding, Max, that the reason that your Grammy had something to do with keeping you from your mom was because she was a lawyer, right?
That's what my mom said.
Thank you. And you said that you blame her, right?
I don't do nothing now. I don't care. So I don't have any hate towards nobody. I don't care.
And you told Ms. Weingarten that every time you saw her, you knew that she had something to do with you not being with your mom, right?
Yes.
And you said that you thought that was true because she knows lawyer stuff, and obviously she had something to do with it, right?
I don't know, man. I guess.
I'm sorry?
I guess.
And on August 15, 2018, at your second Kids Talk interview, you said that you didn't like your Granny because she was the one who took you away from your mom because she's a lawyer, right?
I guess.
Max, at a recent Kids Talk interview on May 12 of 2021, you told the interviewer that your brother Russell may have said something that was a little off. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that Russell even said some things that were not true, but no one brought that stuff up ever again after he said them, correct?
Yes.
And during your May 12, 2021 interview, you said you never heard again about anything that Russell said that wasn't true, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you said Russell was trying to impress your mother with his lies, right?
Yes.
And you also reported to Ms. Weingarten on June 1 of 2021 when you spoke with her that Russell lied about some stuff, didn't you?
Yes.
But after Russell said those things, you said they were never brought up again, right?
Yes.
And it bothered you that no one seemed to care about Russell's lies, didn't it?
No, because Russell was lying about stuff that had nothing, it wasn't against the law or anything like that. Like he would say something like, oh, say something like my dad, he asked my dad for a bag of chips. I'm not saying this happened, but it was something stupid. Like say he asked my dad for a bag of chips, my dad say no. He'd be like, my dad was being so mean to him about it. It was something stupid and it wasn't against the law. But he mostly, I heard him telling my mom stuff like that. Not, I don't, he probably says something in like kids talk, but mostly he was just saying stuff like that to my mom. And it wasn't stuff that was against the law or something that had anything to do with anything.
Thank you. During your August 15, 2018 Kids Talk interview, you reported that your Grammy never saw any abuse, but she could hear it, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Max, during your June 1st, 2021 interview with Ms. Weingarten, you told her that your mother, Corey Bressler, disconnected from you, deleted her email, and even moved because she did not want to have contact with you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And on May 15 of 2021, you texted your Grammy saying, I love you, Grammy. I know you can't respond to my text, but I do. I hope they just dismiss this case just like they do every other one. I can't wait to see you again. And yes, I will try to pray every day. Didn't you?
Judge, I object. If this is something counsel has and it's truthful, he did not provide it to me in discovery. There's a discovery violation.
Mr. Ashcraft, do you have a response?
Yes, Judge, there is such a text. And it was something that, if I recall correctly, was provided during the course of our discovery exchange. Now, during the break, I can double check that, but yes, that is the case.
Judge, I never received it.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, we will meet in sidebar before. Actually, I'm going to put us in sidebar now, and then we'll take the 10-minute break, check on that, and then talk to me about it. Max, you're going to be left here in the main room. We're going to leave for about 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll be back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hang on.
All right, I believe we are ready to continue. Mr. Ashcraft, you may continue with the last question you had.
Thank you. Max, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So the question that I was asking you, Max, I just want to go over it again and make sure that we heard your answer and that we have an answer. You had a text exchange that I call a text thread with your Grammy on May 14 and 15 of 2021, correct?
Yeah.
And in that text, what you said was the following, and I'm only going to read what you typed. I'm not going to read anything that your Grammy typed, just so you know, okay?
Sure.
You said, quote, "I love you so much, though. I love you, Grammy. I know you can't respond to my text, but I do. I hope they just dismiss this case just like they do every other one. I can't wait to see you again. Heart. And yes, I will try to pray every day. Heart." Close quote. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Thank you. And you used a heart emoji to show that you love your grandma?
Yeah.
Because you really do, don't you?
Yeah, that's my grandma.
But you didn't want your mother to know how you feel about your Grammy, right?
I don't really care what my mom thinks about me.
On January 27 of 2021, this year, you reached out to your Grammy for the first time in 3 years, right?
Yes.
And during that exchange with your Grammy then, you made her promise that she would not record your conversations when you called her, right?
Yes.
And that's because you didn't want your mother to find out that you were having communications with her, right?
No, I don't think. Because my dad used to do that, and that's just weird. I mean, you don't want your phone calls recorded. And I know that's something that they would do, so that's why I asked. That's all.
I didn't hear what you said at the end.
Well, I know that's something that they like to do, record phone calls, and you probably wouldn't want a phone call of yours to be recorded. So I just asked, because I know that they do it. It wasn't like I just randomly said, don't record messages. Please don't record the phone calls.
But January of 2021, you were living with your mom, weren't you?
No,
You didn't want your mom to know you were having any communication with your grandma, right?
I don't even talk to my mom. I haven't talked to her in months. And in
And the reason,
January, I hadn't talked to her in about 4 months, so I really don't care.
the reason that you didn't want your mom to know that you had communications with your Grammy was because your mom has been clear to you that she thinks that your Grammy has done something wrong in terms of
Objection.
having you removed from her,
Ju-
right?
Just a moment, there's an objection. Ms. Weingarten, your objection is
Hearsay.
response?
I didn't cite anything that was said by her mother,
Well,
by his mother.
the way he learns what his mother thinks is because she told him, and that makes it hearsay.
Anything further before I respond?
Nothing further, Judge.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Thank you. Max, have you ever kept a diary or a journal?
No,
And when I say that, or when I ask you that question, I mean, have you ever kept one in your own handwriting or even something on your computer?
no, not really. Not that I can think of.
You were born on December 26th of 2007, right?
Yes,
And on May 29th of 2015, when your mother lost custody of you and Russell, you were 7, right?
yes,
And then on June 24 of 2018, when you and Russell were taken from your dad's custody, you were 10. Is that right?
yes.
You never told your Grammy that your father spanked you with a belt, correct?
I don't know.
you have no recollection of ever telling your Grammy that your father had spanked you at all, correct?
I've told her before it happened.
I'm sorry?
I've told her a few times, and I can actually name those times too.
That you were spanked, correct?
No, that I told her. I don't know, man. Never mind.
Your Grammy was aware that your dad had slapped you across the face one time. You never showed any marks to your Grammy other than that one time, correct?
No, I have.
When?
In general. And my memory isn't the best of it, but I know that I have.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
My memory isn't the best of it, but I know that I have.
Well, can you recall any occasion other than the one time where you showed her the handprint?
I can't think of details, but once again, I don't care if you believe me at all. But I know I have. I really don't care.
You never showed your Grammy a bruise on your body at any time, correct?
Whatever you want to think, I don't care.
Mr. Ashcraft,
don't-
Mr. Ashcraft, what do you mean when you say his body? Are you talking about an area other than his face when you say his body?
I am, Judge. Any other place on his body?
And so you'll have re-ask that question, please.
I will. Max, you never showed your Grammy a bruise anywhere on your body, correct?
Whatever you want to think.
You did, however, show your Grammy a pink handprint that was left on your cheek after your dad slapped you, right?
Judge, may I interject for a moment? That last answer he gave obviously was not responsive to the question, and I don't want it interpreted in a way that it wasn't meant. Can we have him clarify his answer?
Ms. Jorgensen, would you please read maybe the last two questions and answers, please, for us?
One moment, Your Honor. You never showed your Grammy a bruise on your body at any time, correct? Whatever you want to say, I don't care. The next question was, Max, you never showed your Grammy a bruise anywhere on your body, correct? Answer, whatever you want to think.
So Max, I will ask you to answer the question. If you remember what is being asked, the occasion that's being asked about, to answer the question as best as you can that Mr. Ashcraft is asking you. So
I
whatever.
can't answer the question because if I tell the truth, I'm lying. And then this was years ago. He's
Max,
asking me about a book, say I read years ago. I don't know all the details. This get on my nerves. I don't care if anybody believes me at all. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care at all. If you want to believe what you want to believe, what I said, go off that. I really don't care. I don't care at all. This is so annoying. I would rather kill myself than testify again. This is annoying, bro. Why do I keep having to testify? All this stuff happened to me, but I'm the one in trouble for it. All this stuff happened to me, and I'm the one suffering from it. How is that fair? This is messed up.
Thank you. Now, counsel, we are going to continue this. Mr. Ashcraft, I believe you said you were just about done with this line of questioning. Max, if you can answer the question, answer the question. If you don't remember, you can certainly say that.
I can't answer the question.
If
you were in my position, you wouldn't be able to either.
Then that is what you may respond if you cannot answer the question. All right. Mr. Ashcraft, I don't know if we need to have another sidebar because I don't know that I got the final answer to one of the questions that I asked when we were in the sidebar last time. But Mr. Ashcraft, what I'm really wanting to know is, one moment. I need to talk with counsel for another couple of minutes, so we'll do that in our sidebar room.
I just want this to be done with. God. Stupid, bro. Judge, I'm sorry for if I raised my voice. I didn't mean to do that. I was just mad and I didn't know how to handle it. I'm sorry.
Judge, you're muted.
Thank you. I thought I saw that was unmuted. Thank you, Max. I appreciate your comments. We believe that there is about 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes left with respect to the questions on cross-examination. For everybody's information, after that, we will take a lunch break. We usually take 30 minutes. After the lunch break, we will have an opportunity for Ms. Weingarten to have any redirect questions that she has. Mr. Ashcraft will get the final opportunity for recross after that. And that's what we expect to happen today. But we thought it would be good for everyone to know that we're looking at maybe 5 to 6 minutes, something like that at this point, with respect to your cross-examination. All right?
All right. Thank
you. Mr. Ashcraft, I think we are ready for you to continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Welcome.
Max, I just have a few more questions. You testified a little bit ago with regard to recording conversations. You remember that?
Yes.
And you said that recording conversations is what they do. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Well, my dad used to record my conversations too. Like he would come like to my school, like in random times of the day, he'd take me on the hall. He would be asking me something. I could see on his phone he was recording me. I'd ask him, he'd say no. And I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think there was some time Grammy. I can't say for sure, but at that point I was thinking that they both did that. So I just asked her if she wouldn't do that because it seems like something she would do. I know my dad does it for sure. And I was just asking.
You have no recollection of your Grammy ever recording a conversation,
No.
correct?
Yes, I don't.
That's correct?
Sorry, so
Yeah.
you said, yes, I don't.
Yeah, he's right. I don't. Exactly what he said.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we talked a little earlier this morning, Max, about your earlier testimony where you indicated that you had told a teacher at school about being abused and specifically about bruises on your body. Do you remember that?
Yes. Well, I don't remember telling her that, but I remember you showing me where I said that.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, did you ever tell Mr. Abraham that you were being abused?
No, because when I was in second grade, nothing was really going on in second grade. Mr. Abraham was my second grade teacher.
Did you ever show Mr. Abraham any marks on your body?
No.
Did you ever tell Mrs. Minnis that you were being abused?
No.
Did you ever show Mrs. Minnis any marks on your body?
No.
Did you ever tell
Sure,
Ms. Knopf?
Mr. Ashcraft, identify who these individuals are so that I know that you and Max have the same person in mind and that I'll know who you're talking about.
Understood. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Abraham was one of Max's school teachers that he testified to about on July 21st, and Mrs. Minnis as well. And the next question I'm going to ask is about Ms. Knopfinger, and she was also his teacher at that time as well.
In the same grade or different?
Different grades, Judge.
All right, so the second person that you asked after Mr. Abrams, what was her name?
That was Mrs. Minnis, M-I-N-N-I-S.
And what is your information on what grade teacher she would have been?
Max testified that that was his third grade teacher.
Okay, so if you just identify them that way so that I can have those straight. Go ahead.
I will do so. Would you like me to go back and just cover that again?
Just with the third grade teacher, and then you can continue after that.
Thank you. Max, did you ever strike that? Did you ever tell your third grade teacher, Mrs. Minnis, that you were being physically abused?
No,
Did you ever show your third grade teacher, Mrs. Minnis, any bruises on your body
no,
or marks on your body?
no,
Did you ever tell your fourth grade teacher, Ms. Knopfinger, that you were being physically abused?
I'm not 100% sure. Something happened with her, but I don't remember what it was. She might have asked me about something. It was something, but I don't think I showed her anything.
And that's my next question. Do you have a recollection of ever showing your fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Knopfinger, any marks on your body?
No. Well, she might have seen the handprint, but other than that, I don't think so.
Do you recall having a discussion with Ms. Knopfinger with regard to a handprint on your cheek?
A little bit. It was short and sweet, and it wasn't nothing going on, really. And I lied. I told her something else. I don't remember exactly what I said. But I didn't say nothing that had to do with my dad because I was scared that she was going to tell him and nothing would happen. She would just tell him. And then, I don't know, that's like, seems unrealistic now, but when I was younger, I didn't really know. I just thought that was what would happen.
Okay, thank you. Judge, may I have 10 seconds, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Max. I have no further questions.
All right. And thank you, Mr. Ashcraft. At this time, we will take our lunch break. We'll take 30 minutes, full lunch break, and then we'll come back after that for redirect with Ms. Weingarten. If there are any questions on recross with Mr. Ashcraft, he gets an opportunity after that. Is there anything further, counsel, before we take our lunch break?
Wait, Judge, during the lunch break, am I allowed to use my phone?
I'm going to say no, Max, as far as this, it's only going to be 30 minutes now as far as, so I would rather you not use your phone at all during this time.
All right, I will.
All right, thank you. Anything further, counsel?
No.
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, it looks like we are back and ready to proceed. Max, if you can hear me, please turn on your video. All right, thank you. It looks like everyone is back and that we are ready to proceed. Max, I think you might still be muted.
All right, my bad.
All right, thank you. Council, are we ready to continue with the redirect?
I am.
All right, thank you. You may begin, Ms. Weingarten, anytime.
Good afternoon, Max.
Good afternoon.
Did you get something to eat for lunch?
Yeah, I had this sandwich. We got it like from down the street. It was really good. And then I got a lemonade too.
Okay, good.
What'd you eat?
Thanks for asking. I had a salad and some chips and lemonade.
So we had similar things, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You told Mr. Ashcraft this morning that you didn't want to live with your grandma because you wanted, is that what you told him?
I'm sorry, Ms. Weingarten, I didn't hear everything you said. It was breaking up a little bit.
Okay, I'll start over. This morning, you told Mr. Ashcraft that you didn't want to live with your grandmother because you wanted to live with your mom. Is that right?
Yeah, but I didn't really have any other option. I think I said, I don't know, because that wasn't exactly the answer.
Okay. Were there any reasons why you wouldn't have wanted to live with your grandma?
Well, like when that happened, I didn't think I was gonna live with anybody. They were just telling me, like the police and stuff and CPS, they were saying I was gonna go over to somebody's house temporarily, and then they said Grammy's house. I was thinking I was gonna be there for like a week too. I didn't really know, but I didn't. I thought if I went over there, then my dad would come over there because I didn't know. I didn't really know what was going on, and that's why I didn't want to go over there. I
All
didn't
right.
think I was gonna live with her.
But you thought it was just temporary.
Yeah.
All right. Now, there were some things Mr. Ashcraft showed you where you gave answers that seemed to be inconsistent with one another. Do you know what the word inconsistent means?
Yes.
Okay. If you gave inconsistent answers, were you trying to lie?
No, I had no intentional line. I probably like not guess, but I was probably not 100% sure on something,
All right.
which
So
I'm
did you
trying
ever?
not to do. I'm trying not to guess.
Okay. And that's good because that's one of our rules.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to purposely lie
No.
during, well, hold on, let me finish the question. Okay. Did you ever try to purposely lie at Kids Talk
No.
or at juvenile court
No.
or at the criminal court
No.
or during my interview with you at the Kids Talk building?
At the Kids Talk building. Yes, because remember the thing with my dad.
Okay, so now let me go back. You've been to Kids Talk several times, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that I only interviewed you once at Kids Talk?
Oh yeah, at Kids Talk that time? No. I
Okay.
thought you were talking about at the house.
Okay, so let's make this clear. The time that I interviewed you at Kids Talk, September 9th of 2019, did you intentionally tell me any lies?
No.
Okay, the lie you are talking about is when they interviewed you at Kids Talk about the letter to John. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know whether at the first or second Kids Talk interview, whether you were ever asked about Grammy giving Katie makeup?
I don't remember if anybody asked me, but I remember at some point I did say something about it.
But you don't specifically remember whether you were asked that at the first or second Kids Talk interview?
Yeah.
All right. Besides the handprint
So
that
just a second to go back. I think, Max, you answered yes. And I just want to make sure the yes is yes, I don't remember, or whether that was a no. Could we hear that question again, please, Ms. Jorgensen?
A moment, Your Honor. But you don't specifically remember you were asked that at the first or second Kids Talk interview, and the answer was yeah.
So could we just clarify that, please, Ms. Weingarten?
Sure. So Max, let's try this again, okay? Do
Okay.
you remember whether or not during the first and second Kids Talk interview, whether you were ever asked about your Grammy giving Katie makeup?
No, I don't remember if I was asked that.
Okay, I think we made that clear now.
Yes.
Besides the handprint that Grammy saw on your face that she put makeup on, did she see other marks on your face?
On my face? Like, just in general, has she seen other marks on my face?
Yes.
Probably, because I remember there were other marks on my face where I'd seen her, but I can't remember specific times, so I can't say 100%.
How many times during those 3 years did you have marks on your face?
Pretty often, because my dad would smack me a lot, and I'm not even exaggerating. So pretty often.
All right. Now, Mr. Ashcraft asked you this morning if you told Kids Talk about Katie applying makeup to your face. And you said, no, you didn't tell Kids Talk that. Do you remember that this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I showed you something, well, actually, I am going to do that. Judge, may I have a moment to screen share?
Sure.
All right, actually, I'm not going to do that. The record will speak for itself. Okay. Max, when is the last time you communicated with your mother, Corey Bressler?
Like a regular conversation, because I've sent her emails that she hasn't responded to.
Okay, so when's the last time she communicated with you?
Oh, months and months ago. Like, like maybe March, maybe no, because I forgot about that whole thing with Robbie. Like February, really late January, like January 28th. I remember it was January 20th.
So one of the other times that you testified, you told us that your mother's birthday was in April and you saw your mother near her birthday.
Oh yeah, see, I'm forgetting about it because it was so quick. Yeah, I did see my mom on her birthday.
Since her birthday, have you had any communication from her to you?
I don't think so.
And her birthday was in April?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ashcraft asked you this morning if you showed your Grammy any marks on your body. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Do you know if anyone ever asked you at either of the two Kids Talk interviews, at my interview with you at Kids Talk, the juvenile court or the criminal court, whether you ever showed your Grammy marks on your body?
No, I don't remember.
Now, did you tell us the last time you were here to testify that you didn't tell any lies before 2021?
Not intentionally, 100%. Like if I made a mistake, I wasn't trying to lie.
All right, but did you testify that you didn't tell any lies?
Yes, I did.
Before?
Yes, I did.
Hold on, let me get the question.
Yeah,
Okay.
because okay.
Did you tell us that you didn't tell any lies before 2021?
Yes.
What is the reason you started telling lies in 2021?
Because I didn't want my dad to go to prison.
Could you explain a little more thoroughly to us why you thought your dad would go to prison and why you thought you had to lie?
because I was talking to him and I was told that I couldn't talk to him because you know how he went to prison and like later in the year of 2019, I think. And then he got out. And then I think one of the like conditions or whatever of getting out was that he couldn't talk to his kids. And he talked to me. And I didn't want him to get in trouble. So I lied and said that uh he wasn't talking to me. And I made up a whole like I want to tell them I want to say something, but I didn't want like you know the John letter? I didn't want that to take any effect. So I basically want to tell you that my dad had me write that without telling you that my dad had me write that because I didn't want him to get in trouble. But I didn't want this letter either, you know, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Besides trying to protect your dad, have you been trying to protect anybody else?
No,
Besides trying to protect your dad, have you lied about anybody else?
lied about anybody else? Well, the stuff my dad did, I just said Grammy did it. And I told her I was gonna do that to see if like I was asking to see if she was okay with it because she knew why I was asking because I didn't want my dad to go to prison, and she didn't give me a straight up answer. But you know,
So besides lying about your Grammy, about the letter, did you lie about anything else involving your Grammy?
no,
All right. Now, do you remember the Kids Talk interview that you and I did together September 9th of 2019 at the Kids Talk building?
a little bit.
Do you remember us going over the rules?
Yes, I remember the rules.
Is it fair to say that every time someone interviewed you, they went over rules?
Yes, I could probably list them out right now because I've heard them so many times.
Okay. Did I tell you that I'm going to tell you the truth? And did I ask you to promise to tell me the truth?
Yes,
Did I tell you that if you don't know the answer to a question, don't guess, just say you don't know the answer?
yes,
Did I tell you that if I use a word you don't understand, I want you to tell me you don't understand?
yes,
Did I tell you that if I say something wrong, I want you to correct me?
yes. And then you called me Russell after to see if I'll correct you.
So you caught that I said that on purpose, right?
Yes,
Did I tell you to answer I don't know or I don't remember when you really did know the answer to a question?
no,
Did I tell you that your recollection was better when you were younger?
I don't, I don't remember if you did. I don't think so. Wait, well, it was, but because you know it just happened, but I don't remember you saying that.
Okay, so do you believe your recollection was better when you were younger?
Yes, I definitely believe that.
And you don't remember me telling you that your recollection
Yeah,
was better?
I don't remember you telling me.
Did I tell you to say that your recollection was better when you were younger?
No,
Now, did I tell you to say you were telling the truth when you said you had a better recollection when you were younger?
I don't remember.
Now, Mr. Ashcraft asked you a lot of those questions about what I said to you back when you testified on July 21st. And you told him that I told you all those things that I just read to you. Do you know, is there a reason you told him those things?
I told him that.
Objection.
What's the objection, Mr. Ashcraft?
Judge, I object. This is not proper redirect or rehabilitation. It's asking him to confirm that he has now told an inconsistent statement and as to why he didn't tell the truth during cross-examination. That's not proper rehabilitation or not proper redirect.
Any response, Ms. Weingarten?
Yes, he testified to things, and the record will show that he just agreed with everything Mr. Ashcraft asked. And he is now telling us that those answers he gave on another occasion were incorrect. So I want to give him the opportunity to correct his answers.
Ms. Weingarten, when
Just
hang on.
1 second, Max, I have to resolve this objection. Anything further, Mr. Ashcraft?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So to your objection, I'm going to overrule the objection, but Ms. Weingarten, the last question that you asked was confusing to me. So I don't know about with Max, but I don't know what it was you were actually asking him. Do you want to have Ms. Jorgensen read that question again, or do you want to just rephrase it or what?
Okay, well, not yet. Let me do it a different way. I'm going to screen share something. Oops. Hang on, I'm trying to get to the screen sharing. Okay. I'm referring to page 699 of the July 21st hearing. Max, can you see what I'm showing you?
Yes.
I'm reading from line 4 by Mr. Ashcraft. Do you remember Mr. Ashcraft asking you this question? In your conversations with Ms. Weingarten in preparation for your testimony here, both on June 28th and today, did she discuss with you what you needed to address in the event you didn't have a recollection or an answer for one of her questions? And did you answer yes?
Yeah.
And did he ask you, and she indicated during those conversations that it was okay for you to say that you didn't remember, right? And did you answer yes?
Yes.
And did he ask you, and she told you during those conversations that you had a better recollection when you were younger? And did you answer yes?
Yes.
And did he ask you, and she said that you could tell answers to questions that you had a better recollection with when you were younger, right? And did you answer yes?
Yes.
And did he ask you, and she told you that you can say that you were telling the truth when you had a better recollection when you were younger? Yes? And you answered yes. Is that what that says?
Yes, but can I explain something really quick?
Yes.
I just found out what regulation meant today, and he was saying that a lot, so I was guessing what it meant. And
What do you
most
think?
of
Go ahead.
99% of the stuff he asked me, I barely know what he just said, so I kind of have to just figure it out, and I be getting really confused. So if something's wrong, like regulation, I think it means like a better like memory, I guess. Yeah, I didn't know that. I found that out today. So I've seen you use this in every single question. I didn't know what that meant.
Okay, but you know what it means today.
Yeah, I know what it means today.
Okay, so I'm going to go through those questions right now and ask you those questions, and you tell us what the correct answer is now that you know what that word means, okay?
Okay.
In your conversations with Ms. Weingarten in preparation for your testimony here, both on June 28th and today, did she discuss with you what you needed to address in the event you didn't have a recollection or an answer for one of her questions?
No, I do not remember that.
Did she indicate, oh, let me ask it this way. And she indicated during those conversations that it was okay for you to say that you didn't remember, right?
You didn't say nothing about that. If you take that word regulation out of there, it's a whole different question.
Okay, well, the word recollection is not in there. So
I
look
know,
again.
I know. But like you remember, like, wait, when he was asking me that stuff, basically he's asking me, like, just let's pretend that word is memory, I guess. I didn't know that, so I really didn't know what he was asking me. But I know now, if
All
that
right,
makes sense.
so I want to ask you this question, and I'm going to read what he asked you, and I want your answer today, okay?
Okay.
And she indicated during those conversations that it was okay for you to say that you didn't remember, right?
No.
And she also told you during those conversations that you had a better recollection when you were younger, right?
No.
And she said that you could tell answers to questions that you had a better recollection with when you were younger, right?
No.
And she told you,
I'm sorry, I could not hear the answer clearly, please, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Max, if you will answer that question again. Was your answer yes or no?
It was no.
And she told you that you could tell, oh, I think I just read that one, or maybe not. If I said this already, strike this. And she said that you could tell answers to questions that you had a better recollection with when you were younger, right?
No. I think you asked me that.
Okay. And she told you that you can say that you were telling the truth when you had a better recollection when you were younger, right?
No.
So the answers you gave on page 69 here are all yes to those questions. And your answers today were no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that I read you today?
Yes, I
And
did.
are the answers that you gave today correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to stop screen sharing. Now, do you remember my coming to your home on June 1st to prepare for the hearing? But I told you that the date of the hearing got changed. We are still going to get prepared anyway.
Yes.
And do you remember us going over the rules?
Just a moment. Say that again because some of it was breaking up and I think Ms. Jorgensen didn't get all of that down. So
All right.
start that again.
Do you remember my coming to your home on June 1st to prepare for the hearing? But I told you that the date of the hearing got changed, but we were going to prepare anyway.
I think I remember you saying that.
Do you remember us going over the rules together?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember telling me some of the rules before I told you some of the rules?
Yes, because I heard them so many times.
Do you remember telling me that one of the rules is that you should correct me if I say something wrong?
Yes.
Do you remember telling me that one of the rules is that you can't guess?
Yes.
Do you remember me telling you that if you don't understand a question or a word I use, you should tell me?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember me asking you what the most important rule is and that you answered, don't lie?
Yeah.
Do you remember me telling you to tell the truth?
Yes.
Did I tell you to answer, I don't know, or I don't remember when you really did know the answer to a question?
Of course not.
Did I tell you that your recollection was better when you were younger?
No, I don't think so.
Did I tell you to say that your recollection was better when you were younger?
No.
Did I tell you to say that you were telling the truth when you had a better recollection when you were younger?
No.
Now, do you remember me coming to your home on June 11th and interview you first in the basement of your home and then in the dining room of your home?
Yes.
Did we go over the rules about how to testify in court that day?
I think so.
Did I tell you to tell nothing but the truth that day?
Yes.
Did I tell you that if you don't understand a question or a word, you should say so?
Yes.
Did I tell you not to guess?
Yes.
Did I tell you if you don't know the answer, it's fine, just say so?
Yes.
Did I tell you to answer, I don't know, I don't remember, when you really did know or remember the answer?
No.
Did I tell you to say your recollection was better when you were younger?
No.
Did I tell you to say that your recollection was better when you were younger?
No.
Did I tell you to say you were telling the truth when you had a better recollection when you were younger?
No.
Have I ever told you to say, I don't know, or I don't remember when you really do remember?
No.
Have I ever told you that your recollection was better when you were younger?
No.
Have I ever told you to say you were telling the truth when you had a better recollection when you were younger?
No.
Now, between January of 2018 and June of 2018, you told us you were homeschooled. Is that right?
Wait, from what? From
January of 2018 through June of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Did you leave your home for any of your schooling?
No, not for anything to do with school.
During those dates, did you attend any activities outside of your home?
Like what?
Well, did you go to choir practice between January and June of that year?
Probably.
So are you guessing or do you know?
I can't say 100%, but I'm pretty confident that we did.
Did you go to church between January and June of 2018?
Yes.
Did you have contact with your godmother, Linda Perkins, during those years, those months?
Yes.
Did you have contact with Theo Cross during those months?
Well, I saw him when he came over to the house, so yeah, I guess.
So he was the person who drove you away from your dad's home, or I'm sorry, away from April's home and over to China's home. Is that right?
Yes.
Besides that day when you saw him, did you see him between January and June of 2018?
I don't know. I think so, but I can't guess.
During that time period, 6 months, did you have contact with Tracy Green, Andre Green, and your Aunt Simone?
Yes.
Did you have contact with any other people that you can think of?
Nah, not that anybody that, unless it's somebody at the church, then no, I don't think so.
Did your home on Manor have air conditioning?
We had fans. I don't think we had air conditioning.
During the summer, would it get hot in there?
Yeah, actually really hot. I remember.
Did your dad instruct you about how to dress when you had marks on your body?
I don't think so.
Did he ever tell you to wear long sleeves or long pants?
I don't know.
You told us that you went to your Uncle Lonnie's house at Christmas time in 2017 where you saw your mom. Is that right?
Yes.
Besides that Christmas party in 2017, did you see your mom's family from January through June of 2018?
Unless it was a church, no. Not that I can think of.
You told us that somebody took you to the Grand Prix.
I don't think we went that year. Like, Uncle Lonnie would take us, but I don't think we went that year.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a list of people and ask if you told any of these people whether you were being abused by your dad, okay?
Okay.
Did you tell April that you were abused by your dad?
Well, when I was over there, it was because of that, so she knew. But I didn't really see her, like, seriously see her, like, have conversations with her from that time, so no.
Okay, so let me go back. So April is the first person you stayed with when you were moved from your dad's house?
Yes.
Before that day, did you ever share with April that your dad was abusing you?
No.
Who is Sheridan?
I
My
didn't hear
cousin.
the question.
What is your question again, Ms. Weingarten?
Who is Sheridan?
Sheridan?
Yes.
Thank you.
My cousin,
Is that person an adult or a child?
an adult.
Did you ever share with Sheridan that you were being abused by your father?
No. I didn't see him like that, but I definitely wouldn't tell him because, like, he's really close. Like, I don't know. No, I didn't tell him. I don't even think I was seeing him like that, but I didn't tell him.
Do you know if you saw Uncle Travis between January and June of 2018?
Probably, but I'm not sure.
Did you ever share with Uncle Travis that your dad was abusing you?
No.
Did you see your Aunt Simone between January and June of 2018?
Yes.
Did you ever share with her that your dad was abusing you?
No.
Did you see Tracy's husband, who you called Papa, Andre, between January and June of 2018?
Yes.
Did you ever share with him that you were being abused by your dad?
I don't think so.
Did you see your dad's friend Theo Cross besides the day that he drove you between January and June of 2018?
I'm not 100% sure.
Did you ever tell Theo Cross that your dad was abusing you?
No.
What is the reason you didn't tell any of these people what your dad was doing to you?
But I was thinking I was gonna get in trouble and even if I didn't get in trouble, like if they did something, I thought I was either going to get in a lot of trouble or go to foster care, and I don't like the idea of any of those. Because my dad was telling me foster care was worse. He would tell me like they beat you in foster care and stuff like that. So I didn't want to go to foster care, and I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't. He was scaring us about that stuff, like so. I didn't want to. I didn't want to tell any of them, especially
So when you say he was scaring us, who are you talking about?
my dad.
So your dad would scare you about what it would be like to go to foster care?
Yes,
Did he tell you whether or not you were allowed to tell anyone outside the home that you were being hit and beaten by him?
he said what happens in this house stays in this house.
Just a second. There's an objection, I think. Mr. Ashcraft, was there an objection?
Yes, the objection is hearsay, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, response?
I think it goes to Max's state of mind of why he didn't tell other people. And that I'm not using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
Continuing objection, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge, it's the same objection. It is bringing in something she specifically asked about what was said and what he was told.
All right, any response to Ms. Weingarten's statement that it's not for the truth of the matter asserted?
No, Judge.
Objection is overruled. Continue.
Thank you.
Max, you could tell us what your father said that made you decide not to tell other people.
Well, when you said would he tell us that we weren't allowed? Kind of. He would say like what happens in this house stays in this house. Don't be going telling other people everybody's business and stuff like that. And he would mainly say that if like maybe like for example like if Daisy said something about telling somebody something or something like that. I don't remember the clearest, but yeah. And then he told us in foster care, like he was basically describing our situation. He would say they beat you in foster care, or like he would be saying all these things. Like I can't remember anything too specific, but he was making foster care seem like a bad place, which I don't know too much about foster care, but the way he was talking about it, it wasn't a place I wanted to go.
All right. The people that I named, that long list of people, did you share with any of them that Grammy knew you were being abused?
No,
Did you share with any of them that Grammy put makeup on you?
no,
Did you ever tell your dad's friend Theo that your mom told you what to say about the abuse?
no,
Did you ever tell your dad's friend Theo that your mom told you to say that Tracy Green knew you were being abused?
no,
Did you ever tell your mom, I'm sorry, did you ever tell your dad's friend Theo that your mom told you what to say about the makeup and Tracy Green?
no.
Max, is everything that you've testified to today the truth?
Yes.
All right, Judge, may I have a minute to call Mr. Helen and make sure there's nothing I've forgotten?
Certainly.
I'm back if anyone's listening.
Yes.
Is
Further
everybody back?
questions? I see Mr. Ashcraft and yes,
Okay, I have no other questions.
thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, questions on redirect. I'm sorry, on recross.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Max, you testified a moment ago that you never tried to purposely lie at Kids Talk or juvenile court, or your interview with Ms. Weingarten at Kids Talk, right?
No. She said was before a certain date. She said
Right.
before, yeah.
But you did purposely lie to Ms. Weingarten, didn't you?
That's not what I testified to just now.
You did purposely lie to Ms. Weingarten during one of her interviews of you, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told a really big lie, and you did that purposely because you thought you were successful in tricking her, didn't you?
Kinda.
And the reason that you came clean, so to speak, and told Ms. Weingarten that you had lied and had been lying is because she mentioned a police officer who was going to file a subpoena or take some step to look into the computer, right?
Yes.
And then when you realized that you couldn't maintain the lie anymore, which was a lie that you wanted to maintain, then you told the truth, right?
Yes.
So sometimes in your mind, Max, it's okay for you to lie, right?
I mean, if it's about my dad going to prison, I'll think about it.
So is that true, that sometimes it's okay for you to lie?
Yeah, that applies with everybody.
And that was contrary to all the different times that Ms. Weingarten told you that you should tell the truth, right?
No.
And it was contrary every single time to when Ms. Weingarten told you that if you didn't know an answer to something, to just say you didn't know, right?
No.
You were specifically told not to guess, right?
Yes.
So when I asked you all those questions and you told Ms. Weingarten for the first time today that you didn't know what the word recollection was, is that what you testified to today?
Yes.
You never told me that you didn't understand my question, did you?
I have, and then you explain them even more complicated.
You didn't ask me to explain my question, did you?
Yes, I did.
You asked me to explain my question?
I
Are
said
you
I
sure
have
about that?
asked you to explain your questions, and you explain them more complicated. So at some point, I'm not about to keep asking you to explain it for you to basically say the same. I have asked you to explain a question before, and you didn't do too much better than you did the first time.
So what happened then when you answered all my questions on July 21st? You just gave me an answer and you didn't even know what you were answering truth or false to, right?
Because you're talking in circles. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that right?
Did you just hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said, and I'm asking for an answer to my question. Is
That
that
was
right?
my answer. That was my answer.
You gave me answers to every one of my questions without asking one time for me to explain it because you didn't understand it, did you?
No.
You were told not to guess though, right?
I've asked you to explain questions. I just said that.
You were told by Ms. Weingarten multiple times not to give an answer if you were guessing, right?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I continue?
Yes,
Max, Reverend Lonnie is one of your mom's family members, right?
Yes.
His wife Eunice is one of your mom's family members, right?
Yes.
Your great-grandmother Gigi is your mom's grandmother, right?
Yes.
Every Sunday when you went to church, Max, you had the opportunity and in fact did spend time after services talking with Reverend Lonnie, his wife Eunice, and your great-grandmother Gigi, didn't you?
Don't be silly. I didn't go to church every Sunday.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't go to church every Sunday.
Every Sunday that you went to church, Max.
Like every
that
couple of months.
Is that true?
Yeah, like Easter. That's the only time.
Easter was the only time?
Pretty much. If it was any more, it was like one or two.
And not one time did you ever mention to any of your mom's family members that I just listed for you that your dad was abusing you, right?
No.
Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
thank you. And thank you, Max. At this time, may this witness be excused?
Judge,
Yes,
there's the one issue that we talked about in sidebar in the breakout room with regard to the interview.
Certainly. At this time, I'm going to allow Max to, your testimony is done for today, Max. If for some reason there's a question that needs to be brought up later, then you'll be informed about that. Is there anything else, counsel? With
There
respect
is
to
one
witness?
thing.
Yes.
Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Helen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If we could have a quick moment at sidebar, I do have one quick thing.
All right, thank you. So let me hear what this question is that council have at sidebar, and we'll be back in this room shortly. Thank you. I'll open those rooms.
Judge, are you going to explain to Max this technical point of he might have to come back to answer additional questions? You're on mute, Judge, sorry.
That is what Mr. Helen, my understanding is going to say to him at this point. And I did, as you may recall, say to him before we went into the breakout to the sidebar room that there might be a possibility that he might have to answer additional questions.
Thank you.
All right. So counsel, at this time, as we discussed in the sidebar, I think we are done with your testimony for today with witnesses. And so at this time, I'm going to stop the live streaming and we will discuss additional dates. Is there anything further with respect to that before I stop the live stream?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Mr. Helen, is there anything further that you need